All right. Hello and welcome back to my stream. All right, let me show you something funny here, guys. All right, we have a couple of mining heads here. Nice. Let's put my helmet in here as well. See, I'm talking. You can see me. Oh, ain't I just a beaut? Let me show you. Look at this. Look at my face. Oh yeah. I look like I'm really in pain here, but let me help that out a little bit. So I think we're going to go here, and then we're just going to calibrate it and see if it calibrated true and is tracking true. So that should basically be it. Now it should be able to track me nicely, just as well. So let's try it again. Let's see how it works. All right, let's see. Ah, that's a little bit better. Now the thing is that the VoIP tracking is, in my opinion, actually pretty good, unless if you sort of move your head around or try to turn it, then it really doesn't track as well. And also it does have some issues tracking my eyes because I'm wearing glasses. I can show you. That it has a much easier job of tracking my eyes if I remove the glasses and if I put them on again. something clearly happens with the eyes. All right, what else do I have to say to you? Well, there are some good news and there are some bad news about Star Citizen, but given that it's an alpha game, I guess it's always like that. There's always good news and bad news about such a thing. The good news is that they have actually managed to make the servers quite stable. They're really stable now. Let me just sit down for a second here. Sorry. Yeah, I don't want to stand here with my backpack on all the time. Alright, so you can still see me. That's good. I still look like I'm having a lot of pain. So here's the thing. From the news that we have, the roadmap update, the patch notes, and I have personally witnessed that many of the mineable asteroids seems to be non-mineable. Now, you may argue that that's not a real issue, who cares and all that. Well, I'm a miner, so I care. The thing is here that I'm not a big fan of surface mining. I've tried it out a couple of times now, we're going to do it again, but I really dislike it for one particular reason, and that is all of the... I've come to the conclusion that for me it's really not about being in a sort of an exposed position. I've said that a couple of times and I still feel like that. I mean, I don't like being in an exposed position because I don't go mining to encounter PvP or anything like that. I go mine to, well, mine. But what I really realized about mining on the surface is that what I really don't like is the way the rocks, they sort of bunch together, and I constantly have to blow up inert rocks in order to shift them around. I mean, if there are no inert rocks, I don't need to shift them around. I can just mine everything. But in order to get those, I just don't like it. I really don't. But asteroid mining, if there's an asteroid that you don't want to mine in front of an asteroid that you do want to mine, you can just move around. You don't always have that option when surface mining, but we're going to take a look at that when we get into the game. Take the prospector out and try out different places. Trading is kind of in the same state that it was in the last patch. But I found a really nice route that I'm obviously going to share with you at some point because I'm going to show you it. But I really don't mind because I guess that my route only really works for you if you have a big ship like, I mean, yeah, a big ship like my ship. Yeah, big ship like my ship, you know? What I really mean is if you have a big ship like mine ship, the ship that I have, the Hercules C2 Starlifter or the Caterpillar, anything like that. And on that front, I have something I want to share with you. I have decided to trade or shift or melt or whatever you want to call it. Just a second. Let me get it to you. I'm going to find an image here. Bear with me for a second. Oh no, not this. Oh yeah, sure. Let me see. What about this? I need to find a really good image. Let's see, gallery. Game. Let's take one of these. All right. So, and the other one that is. There was one place where we had a really good image. Let's see if we can find that. Obviously wasn't there, so let's try the other place. I mean, I really don't know if it's a good image, but it is an image. So, yeah, I want to download that as well. Alright, so let me show you a couple of images here. Yeah, and you can still see me on the screen even though I look horrible still. Alright, so let's get images. Let me open that. Yeah, you know what? I am going to... yeah, let me just open another. Sorry about, it's just a little bit of, what do you call it? Maintenance, really, that I'm doing here, of files. I know that I probably shouldn't be doing this on a stream, and I usually don't, but today the purpose is to show you a specific image, and therefore I need to do it. The videos, games, Star Citizen, and then paste. All right, and I can see I have have some older, what are they called? Premiere Pro projects here. All right, so now we're ready. So let me show you the first image. I have decided to melt this. Just a second. Oh, sorry. Moved the wrong guy. But this image is really huge, so I need to scale it down a little so you can see all of it. Here it is. All right, I'm going to disappear now. I've decided to melt this for this. All right, for those of you who are not really Star Citizen savvy here, this one here is the Hull D. The other one was my Hercules C2. Now here's the cool part. Because the Hull D is only about to be finished with the concept phase for now. Let me remove the image again and get back into the game. The Hull D is just barely now been finished with the concept phase. So what that really means is that they are about to start really building the ship now. So they have a concept phase, they have a white box phase, they have a gray box phase, and then they have a phase where they sort of put all of this stuff together into the ship, and then finally it's flight ready. It may take... I'm actually confident it will take over a year before we have the Hull D into the game. Also because it's very modular and they need to improve the modularity concepts of gameplay systems in the game. And it is using external external cargo mounting that we'll probably see first time with the Greyland, Wayland, whatever it was called. Let me just find the name of it on the Robert Space Industries homepage. So let me give you some numbers that you can chew on for a little bit. There are 5 variants of the hull series. There are the hull A, B, C, D, and E. So the hull A is sort of the smaller one. It can, according to the official information given here on the Star Citizen, the Robert Space Industries homepage, which might be old, it can hold 48 SCUs of cargo, the hull A. But the difference between that and a freelance or something else is that this is a dedicated freighter. I mean, it has modularity, so you can change things around, but in basics, it's a freighter. It's all it can do. So if you want to be a hauler, this is the ship for you. Then we have the hull B. Same concept, same things. The medium size can hold 384 SCUs of cargo. So you have an extreme jump actually there from just about anything that we have. I mean, the Freelancer Max is 100 and what is it? Is it 120 or 124, something like that SCUs? So it's over double that. Then we come to the hull C, which is in concept. Sorry, the hull C. Let me see if I can find it. There. They're a little out of order here. It is in production now. The hull C can hold 4,608 SCUs of cargo. So in there you have a huge jump from the previous. But here it comes. The hull D, which is the next in line, can hold 20,736 SCUs of cargo. 20,000, almost 21,000 SCUs. The ship I have right now, the C2, Starlifter C2, it can hold almost 700, 696 I think it is, SUs of cargo. 696 against 20,000. Now I know there's a difference here. The C2 can do a lot of different stuff. You can use it as a courier. You can deliver box missions with it, even though it would be a little bit overkill in my opinion. But you can also carry vehicles and all that kind of stuff. The fact is, I don't really have a huge need for carrying vehicles around. So I would much rather have a big honking cargo hauler than a ship that can do sort of a little bit of everything, but where I only use it for mainly one thing, and that is cargo hauling. So that's my reasoning, and I stick to it. And also I've asked on my org Cobra Force whether we should create kind of a cargo and mining division under the Cobra Force, because what Cobra has stated at some point, as far as I remember, is that he would like for us to be a little bit more organized, a little bit more serious. He likes the chaos and he likes sort of all the blah, 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 blah that is going to happen when you stream, but he also likes for us to be like an org, organized. So I suggested that. I suggested we created something that would make some of us organized under that. So we could say, well, we are miners and haulers from the Cobra Force, and we help each other out. Obviously, the entire Cobra Force is meant to help us out, but I guess you get the point here. All right, so enough of me blabbering away. Let's jump into the game. All right, first things first, let me get up. Been running a lot, I can see. Alright, so we are here at, so I'm not mistaken, her L2. Now, there are two places I would like to visit. And they are a little bit problematic. So one of them, I've been mining a little bit on Ariel. I'd like to try to go to, let me see what it was. I already forgot. Sorry about that, guys. Let me see. Aberdeen, yeah. It was Aberdeen. So this is this moon here. And the other one I would like to visit probably is Selene. Now, the issue with Selene is that even though, on paper, at least, it should have a lot more laranite here, it also has, what is it called? Quantanium, for which I am not interested in, but let's see just how abundant it is. According to Quantanium, yeah, according to UEX Corp Space Mining, it's pretty abundant, and if we take Quantanium, Clio, Selene is a little bit low here. What if I deselect all and take laranite instead? I mean, it doesn't have to be laranite, it was just what I sort of was thinking about. Then it says Yela is the best one. Aberdeen, Yela, Selene, and Aberdeen. So, well, actually, Yela is a little bit. Aberdeen is also pretty high, but it's very low on the. It has low in different, whereas Selene has very high in the granite deposits. Let me see if what the granite deposits they also hold. The Selene down here. They hold a pretty good amount of laranite. So on Aberdeen it was shale. Yeah. And granite they also. But less I mean a lot less. 183 compared to 587. But then again, the problem is that Selene also has a very high degree of a very high amount of Quantanium, which I again would like to avoid. And you may ask, why on earth would you want to avoid Quantanium, since it is by far the most profitable thing that you can ever begin to mine in Star Citizen? And the answer is very simple. I find it excessively frustrating and hard to mine Quantanium, simply because it is unstable and usually also has a high degree of instability.
This is Rowena Dooley of the Advocacy. The Civilian Defense Force needs volunteers to help support the UEE Navy. Contact me for details.
But let me start by showing you, if I can show you, I don't know that yet, but I would like to try to see if I can show you one of the issues we have right now with mining asteroids. And no, I'm not going to start the, I have done the Xeno thread. As always, for some reason CIG cannot give us anything of this kind here without it having to involve some kind of combat. Now, obviously, since Xenothread is attacking, I mean, I get the point, but I'm just not interested in it. I mean, I'm not interested in pretty very much in space combat, and I'm definitely not interested in first-person shooting combat. So that is why I basically just, I mean, I participated in it with my org, and it was okay. I mean, it was fine to sort of move all of the stuff back and forth, but yeah, that was also it. Alright, so now we have, you may have noticed that I have reverted from the illustrious, perfect, nice and big mole back to the prospector. You may ask, why the freaking did you do that? I mean, why the freaking F did you do that? And the reason is that it seems to me that CIG is, for some reason I really can't understand, but that's just the way it is, seems to be on a quest for making the mole basically much more useful. Making the prospector much more useful than the mole. And the second thing is, let me just see. No, we don't have VTOL on. All right. And the second thing is that they also seem, for some reason I also cannot understand, to really, by very, very high degree, be favoring
thank you, and please visit again.
Surface mining much higher than asteroid mining. And since they seem to be doing that, I thought it would be prudent to get myself a tool for... That was certainly not a mineable rock. Alright, let's take this one here. It's about 9 kilometers out. That should give us something to get against, fly against. Yeah, so they seem to be doing that. They seem to be favoring, to a very high degree, surface mining. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. That it is more likely to find not only good materials, but materials in any kind, any abundancy. At these locations, at surfaces, and not so much. Well, I'm now a little bit confused whether this is a broken rock or it's. Let's see what it says. The scanner. And that's the thing. Sometimes you won't be getting any more info than that. Max iris signature. Let's see if we can get some more info now. Yeah, now we can get some more info. 5,000, and what do we get? Look at that. Look at those numbers. I mean, seriously. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. CIG, what do you have against asteroid mining? Seriously. I mean, look at these numbers. Let's see what this gives. A little bit better, perhaps. Yeah, that's actually useful. Let's see. All right, so this one. Now I'm a little bit confused. Which one did I actually scan? Did I scan this one? Let's see. No, I think it was that one up there. What does it contain? 25. 25 and a little bit of Bexalite. Yeah, let's go for this one here.
Mining mode on.
Let me show you why I really prefer. I don't know what the heck CIG did with the UI here. It looks crabby. It looks sort of excessively exposed and blurry, and looks also, yeah, all of the above. So we should be close enough now. You can't even see, it says effective range in there. You cannot see what it says. let's break this little rock and sniff up some of the good stuffs. And after that, let's take a trip to Zealand to see what we can manage to pick up there. And also for me to decide whether I should move up my routes and move to Crusader instead of Hurston. Alright, let's move a little bit back and see if we can find a good one to break. Preferably one with Bexalite in it. Aluminium, titanium, Bexalite, and a lot of inert, but as you can see, the UI is still suffering. It's hard to read out that green line there. They should have given it a little red line on the top or something like that so you can see what it actually was. Let's see.
Extraction mode on.
What do we have here? Something with Bexalite, hopefully, and yeah. Not too shabby. Still more inerts than I would like to sort of have. The aluminium, titanium, Bexalite. Yeah, see, that's a little bit worse. That's okay. Don't mind. I still mine the same way I already done. That's a good rock there. Almost only 1%. I do prefer to do strip mining for the most part. Let's see, what do we have here?
Fracturing mode on.
Bexalite, yeah. A bit too much inert, but I'll take it. Now, the only downside with the Prospector, which is still the downside of the Prospector, is the cargo hold. With 32 SCUs of cargo and the amount of inerts that we get here.
Extraction mode on.
60%, no, but there's no Bexalite. Let's see what we have here. Aluminium, titanium, nothing there. Then the Bexalite should be in here. Yeah. Still a lot of inert, but I'll take it. Now, I've heard a lot of people ask me, why the hell do you mine anything other than Quantanium? Because Quantanium extremely valuable, and what do we have in this rock here? And well, that's it basically. It's infinitely more valuable than anything else you can mine. And the answer is, like I said, very simple. I don't like. Let's break this one. This is a good one. I mine in Star Citizen because I find it relaxing and enjoyable. I don't like it to be tense. I don't like it to be challenging. I just like it to be something that I can do while relaxing and just having fun. Nice and quiet fun. That's it. That's why I do mining. And Quantanium, unfortunately, gives the very opposite of exactly what I prefer to have. It is, for me at least, very tense, because once you pick up the first piece of quantanium, you're on the clock, and if you don't get going, then you'll blow up. And there must be more than just titanium in there. Let's see what do we have here. Searching for something with a little less inert. Yeah, something like that. I don't mind the corundum and all of that corundum material. What I do mind is just a lot of inert. I don't mind the low value materials because, oh, let me just pick it up. It won't tell me what. There was a little bit of inert in it, so that was okay. What do we have here? That was the one that was a lot of inert in if I'm not mistaken. All right, let's see what we have down here.
Fracturing mode on.
Oh, no inerts. But we also are almost out of space. What I would like for CAG to do, if they really want to keep on nerfing the... Well, honestly, I've made a post on Spectrum where I detail how I would actually like for CAG to completely refactor the mining system.
Fracturing mode on.
To be sort of more precise of what I'm thinking, let me explain it. How I would like for CAG to refactor the mining system. So right now, as I see the mining system, it is very driven by chance. What kind of rock you find initially is randomized chance. I put those use them interchangeably. When you break a rock, what kind of sub chunks you get out, it's a matter of chance. And when you get to the final part where you have to break out the rocks into the parts that you can collect, is up to chance. What really, the only thing I would sort of partly say even that is skill based here is you as a miner basically just deciding
Please proceed to assign
which rocks you find to be worth mining. That's it. That is all the skills that is involved in mining right now. Nothing else is skill. What I would like for CAG to do is, like I said, completely refactor the way we mine. So what I envision is the only place I see where chance should be prevalent is the place where we
Landing gear down.
where we select initially select a rock that we want to mine. Obviously, when you go out hunting
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
for mineable materials, what you end up finding is obviously and will obviously always be a matter of chance. There's no way to change that. But I'm not suggesting to change that. What I'm suggesting is that the only place, like I said, we should have chance or randomization is the rock that we initially meet. So when we go up and look, we find a rock, and what kind of rock we find, that is up to that is supposed to be random, and that's okay if that's random. That's it. Everything else should be skill based. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, one of the ways to make it skill-based is that a little more skill-based, at least initially, is to make the scan a little bit more comprehensive. So right now we only get sort of a subdivision of the components, what we can expect to find inside the rock in percentages. We should still have that. But what the rock should also, what the ship should also tell us is sort of a rough estimate on how long it would take to extract the material. And what the outcome would be. I mean, how much pure material it would sort of foresee that we can extract. From there, you can sort of make an informed decision on whether this is a rock that you want to continue with or not. From there on off, if you decide to continue with the rock, we need to have a more detailed scan of the rock. Now, this scan is going to be a 3-dimensional scan of the rock, represented with two-dimensional images, one seen from the front and one seen from the side. So you can sort of imagine two sort of cuts through the rock that shows where the material is and how much, where it is sort of dimensionally, and roughly also sort of representing how much there is of it. Now, in order to make this skill-based, is that the scan that you then get, you use that to aim the laser head. You can see on the scan where the laser head is aiming. And then you decide the width of the laser beam and the intensity. And then you need to warm it up to a certain degree in order to sort of cut through the rock. Where this differs, except for the obvious from what we are doing right now in mining, is that if you find a rock with, let's say, 20% laranite, you cannot be guaranteed that you can get all 20% purely
Finding everything all right?
mined, because again, it's a matter of chance. It's a matter of let me just get this done here. It's a matter of randomization on how much you'll get. Whereas what I'm suggesting is that if you find a rock with 20% laranite, then if you're skilled enough in using your tools, you would be able to get not precisely 20%, but almost 20% pure laranite out. So what I have envisioned is that, like I said, instead of breaking the rocks, sort of putting energy into them and then basically just blowing them up in a controlled way and getting sub-chunks, we actually drill a hole into the rock and we decide how wide the beam should be, and we also decide how much power we want to put into the beam. The wider we make the beam, the larger the hole will obviously be, in order to sort of get the entire entire area, sort of surface area of the chunk, or the sort of the little pocket of material that we have found. But since these chunks or pockets, they're not entirely square, they're sort of more sort of irregular shaped. If you decide to go with a very wide beam, sort of encompassing the entire size of that pocket, you would even need to drill a little bit into the material itself, destroying it, sort of that you get a hole that is encompassing all of it. Or you need to stop at the front and then accept that you'll be collecting a little bit of rock, i.e. inert material. So skill-based here means that if you know exactly how to use the drill and you have experience in how much you can actually, how wide you can make the beam and how far you can drill into the rock in order to get as much a pure sample as you possibly can, That's how it's skill based. Also, one of the things that I thought about when scanning is that in order to make that a little bit skill based, also, is that when you scan a rock like this, you can decide how much you want to scan it. The more you scan the rock, the more detailed image you'll get of the components, the pockets inside. But you'll obviously also spend more time scanning. So more time spent on scanning is less time spent on mining, which is in the end less time spent on extracting and moving on to a new rock. So that's the first skill base there is you need to decide how much granular information do I need in order to proceed. The next skill-based part is, like I said, is when you mine, you need to decide how far. Obviously, the more power you put into the drill, the faster you'll drill into the rock. But if you're not, again, skilled, or as I would also call it, experienced as a miner, you might end into unwillingly end up mining into the material that you would like to mine to extract, giving you less of an income, less of an outcome, but also less of an income.
Hello. How can Miss help you today?
And finally,
Systems on.
the sort of latter part of what I would also consider skill-based is that you would eventually also need to decide how fast you want to extract the material and how wide that beam should be. Now, obviously, you probably try to aim as wide as the pocket as you have, but again, deciding the width is a matter of how much impure material you want to get. If you want to get all of the pocket, then you might have to accept a little bit impure material. But if you can sort of strike a balance between not getting all of the material inside the pocket, you might get a little less of what was in there, but a more pure result. That is also something you have to decide, and I would argue that the more skilled you get at mining, the better you will get at deciding these things.
Please visit again.
So what my goal with these thoughts, and you can go watch my thread in the on the Spectrum post where I put it under the game ideas. The whole concept, the whole idea of what I've thought about here is moving away from the randomized control of what we get to a system where what outcome we get from mining is much more relying on what we do, our actions. Also, you could say that one of the things is that if you decide to do a fast mining, fast drilling, you can get to the extracting point a lot faster, but you also risk mining into the into the material that you desire. Another thing is that you can sort of decide to mining in smaller chunks, sort of in smaller steps, but then you would eventually have to wait for the mining head to cool down so it can warm up again. Hence, again, playing it safe, and not playing it safe like in a bad way, but playing it safe like an unskilled miner would probably do. Is going to help your outcome, meaning that no matter what, no matter how you do it, you can get a good mining outcome. That's the point here. What is going to be the difference here is how fast you can do it. And one of the things that I come actually to dislike a little about the way Star Citizen have done all of these things, CIG, is that it seems that for CIG there's only really one way to mediate risk versus reward, and that is damage or death. Just take mining. the only risk versus reward we have here is the risk based blowing ourselves up while we mine. But I would argue that it's much more realistic and much more reasonable point of view to say, well, the risk of mining is not just much blowing yourself up, it's getting a bad mining outcome. There can be instances where you're mining something very unstable, something very dangerous, something that is explosive, that you actually are in danger of blowing yourself up, realistically speaking. But in most general cases, I would argue that for most miners, the danger of mining, and I'm sort of putting sort of danger sort of in a sort of, I don't know, not really danger, but the danger, if you will, by mining is the danger of getting a bad outcome. That is most likely what most miners would be afraid of. Not blowing themselves up, just getting a bad outcome. That's my argument here. And that's what I would like for CIG to change in a lot of cases. Stop constantly being it about dying or being blown up, anything like that. Be a little bit more inventive, if you will. Let's see what we have here. Aluminium. That's not terrible. Let me show you what it is that I'm talking about that I don't like about surface mining. You saw how easily it went with how big is this? 6.4 should be doable. You see how easy it went with sort of moving myself around with the other rock that we mined. Let me show you here what the issue is here. But you probably have guessed it already. I mean, 61% inert material is still bad. And I know that CIG probably would like for us to spend a little bit more time doing actual prospecting. That is what I sort of gather from the way that I've sort of put this together, but I'm sorry CIG, but I'm not interested in prospecting. Not in that way, at least. So, as you can see, they will often shift a little bit around, but usually you'll have a lot of rocks sort of bunched together, and it's very hard to get to all of them. See, this is terrible, right? What about this one? It's also the same. Let's see, what about this one here? It's hard to see what is what, actually. That's really the big issue here. 70. Alright, it doesn't seem to be get sort of increasingly better. That's really. Alright, let's take this one because they are sort of almost equally bad. And this is what I'm talking about, the problem with chance here, the problem with randomization. There's nothing I can do here to get a better outcome. It is completely random what I get. I mean, I could just as well be tossing a dice and see what I get. And that's what I think CIG should change here. It should be much more skill-based. Now, whether they can do that around the current framework or they need to do a complete refactoring of the mining system, I don't know. I'm not CIG. I'm not a CIG developer, so I cannot say that. I can only say that I think that this here is way too much randomized. It's way too much based on random numbers. And I know I'm picking up terrible rocks here, but I mean, that's the issue here. They're sort of bunched together. I know that some of you say, well, then just find another rock. No, I don't want to find another rock. I don't want to spend an eternity looking for the perfect rock. I want CIG to give me, well, mediocre rocks. And then I can decide what I want to do with them. Let's see, what do we have here? Yeah, 60. Let's try to break this and see what we get from it. I mean, I still find mining fun in Star Citizen. It's not that. I think this UI here is basically okay. It's more the way that they have implemented it with a lot of focus on chance. Let me show you here what I mean. This is basically what you need to do in order to yeah, let's pick this one up. But basically, in order to figure out what the hell I'm dealing with here, I would usually need to blow up some kind of rock in order to sort of spread them out a little bit. Without obviously blowing myself up. Just see if we can find one with... What does that say? It says... is 60 something. Let's do it with this one. See, this is what you can do. And then you can sort of get a little bit overview of what you have to deal with. But this is what I don't like about surface mining, is that you have to do that. Yeah, that's a lot of inert as well. So right here, it seems that we were fortunate to find what seemed to be a good rock, but then unfortunate to get a bad result out of it anyway. And there's absolutely nothing you can do here. Nothing at all, except moving on to another rock. That is the only thing you can do. And that is what really, 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 really annoys me. But this one is good. Let's hope that we have enough space to get a good outcome from this one here. As you can see, we actually got a worse outcome here than from from the rock in space, even though this one on paper was a better rock. And this is not specifically because I'm a bad miner. This is specifically, and I would argue completely and utterly, due to chance. Due to randomization. And like I also put in the post, randomness will always be a factor for people mining like this. It will always be, because which rock you end up finding, for starters, that would be a matter of chance. But what happens from there on off shouldn't be a matter of chance. That should be a matter of skill. And skill solely. Right now, just about any part of mining here is a matter of chance.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode off.
So I think we got about half and half here. Let me see. We got 12 SCUs got a pretty decent amount of aluminium. So I guess with a little bit more mining here on this moon here, it might be okay. It might be doable to get a good result. I mean, I know it is because other people have done it. So it's not... Hi, Simon. It's not impossible. It's just, I don't like it. I honestly don't like surface mining. If there was a way for me to spread the rocks apart so I could see what I was actually dealing with, then sure, I would be surface mining all the time. But there isn't. Go back to Hurl 2 and deliver the goods. But maybe we can get, maybe they will give us something with the new mining gadgets that will enable such a thing, so we can actually spread the rocks out a little bit. I don't know what they're actually going to give us with respect to that. Coffee. I don't know. But then again, you could say here, how much time did we spend mining here? Not a lot. So the amount of back and forth that you can do mining like this, it's probably actually pretty decent. I mean, I know right now we're going to go to Zelen, and that is quite a journey. It's the almost one end of the solar system to the other. So that might be a little bit of a challenge. And I'm intending to going back to her to preferably you would mine and then probably I say refine relatively locally, so one of the local Crusader Lagrange points. I'm not going to do that here. This obviously also means that I'm going to spend a little bit more time flying back and forth than what is necessarily what I necessarily had to do. Oh yeah, and they said they fixed it, but I haven't. We still have issues with quantum travel.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
So one of the reasons why I also reverted back to the prospector is that even though it doesn't matter, when I did surface mining in the mole, I hated it when I had those sort of intermediate or intermittent server dropouts, meaning that my ship would sort of seem like it was falling to the ground and then sort of jump back up again. And I know because I've been told and also found out that it doesn't really matter. It's not sort of me actually going to die. And as far as I remember, I don't think I've ever blown up like that. But it seems to me that the prospector, when soloed, is a much better choice for surface mining than the mole is, and that's why I reverted back. And then I thought if I sort of
Please proceed to assign
regret that decision, I can always go back to the mole again in some ways. Oh, let's go over here.
Landing gear down.
So you might as well argue, and that is probably what most other miners would do here, that I'm mining very ineffectively. I'm picking up inerts. I'm not going for the most profitable materials. But then again, my answer to that is one of the most important things for me when mining, and that is by far the most important thing, is that it's fun. If it's not fun, if I don't find it fun and engaging and all of that, then it's useless. Then there's no reason for me to be going out into any ship and doing it. And I just have to say, for me, if I have to spend most of the time flying around looking for a good rock to mine, that's not the fun part for me. The fun part for me is doing the actual mining, picking up the pieces and getting back. That you could call it strip mining. I don't know. I don't know if you can actually do strip mining in a mall, which is supposed to be doing strip mining in a mall. But that's what I like to do. The prospecting part, the flying around, scanning, looking at rocks, scanning again, looking at rocks. That was what made me go away from mining in the first place, and that was what we had basically before refineries. Because if you mine, let's take a look. We can take a look at how much this is worth, sort of in raw numbers. I would estimate no more than 5,000 alpha USC. But let's see, maybe it's a little bit higher, but that's the sort of the area that I would estimate it. With the amount of inert material that we got, the kind of materials that we got, all of that together. I mean, I know we got about 10 SEUs of aluminium, which is a reasonable fair amount, but it's not much. It's actually by far very much. Well, let's take a look. We can certainly go see. Oh, wrong way. This way. What the? I think it was an elevator I just got struck by. Fortunate that I didn't die. Also, yeah, that's nice, Michael. Yeah, you're so clever. One of the things that I've noticed that I'm sort of a little bit confused about is that it seems that CIG has changed that whenever there is a server fault or anything like that, our food and drink needs seems to go up. Sort of just, I wouldn't say randomly, but almost randomly. That got me a little bit confused on to whether that is something new that they've decided, or what the heck it is. Yeah. Who knows? I can see that I am a little bit low. Let me see if I can turn myself up a little bit. See how that... Yeah, that's a little... That should be a little bit better. Better. Alright, let's go and first see how much we can get from it. Unrefined.
Hey, back again, I see. Welcome.
So let's take the prospector. Yeah, see? About 3,000. That's what we get from it unrefined. And if you want to get a... see that we have about 39%. So a little less than half inert material. You don't get much money for that. But the diamond actually gives a pretty penny. That's what gives the most of the money here, as you can see. Aluminium doesn't give much, beryl doesn't give much, tungsten doesn't. And the thing is that beryl here was actually there was very little of it. It's weird, right?
See anything you like?
But if we refine it... yeah, right. Now I have 1, 2, 3. I think it must be 5. 5 working. So here we will only get the refined materials.
See anything you like?
And
Hi, good to have you back.
what the freak was that? That was really weird. He was hunting someone with a mining a mining laser. Multi-tool.
Management just wanted to make a general announcement to check your valve settings. We've been noticing leaks in processes.
Yeah. Management wants us to check our bowel settings. My bowel settings are just fine, thank you very much. I know that's not what he's saying, but I think it's funny nonetheless. For me, it sounds like he's saying that they want them to check their bowel settings. They've been noticing leaks. Oh, yeah. Very mature humor. Sorry, that's just me. Alright, let's try to... Sorry. Let's try to go a trip to Zelen and see what we can find there. There, depending on our luck, we might have to look a little bit more. Because... well, we have Quantanium there on that rock, and I want to avoid Quantanium. Oh, run. The only issue with this place here is we don't have a food bar right at the get-go. Alright, so let's pick up the Prospector. Now this trip will take a little bit of time because the Prospector has a very slow quantum drive. So I usually would, with the Prospector, you usually select a local area to mine. But I cannot underestimate or understate. Yeah, I guess I would get the word right at some point. I cannot understate. I cannot understate how much I'm looking forward to getting the Halsey, sorry, that big, huge honking ship. All right, so I'm sorry for starting the stream later than I usually do. As always, I have a perfect explanation for that, even though you might not think it's so. So, the reason for me being late today with the stream was that I spent most of my morning and noon checking posts on Spectrum.
Thank you, and please visit again.
And Come, let's go have a chat. Alright guys, listen up. I really need you guys to do me a huge favor. And I know it's a great deal of me to ask of you. And it's probably almost impossible for you to live up to this, but if you can, then please do your best to do it. If I ever get the urge to go to Spectrum and check out posts, stop me. Please, stop me. I really get sad every time I go. Let me explain to you why. First of all, there's sort of two things. First is I got into the old post that Silo put out about stream sniping. And there is just a huge bunch of people there completely sort of defending stream sniping. So, well, if you stream your position, then you should be readily available, to be blown up. No, because you're utilizing a mechanic that is not a part of the game to get my position, hence you're cheating. The other one was that CIG now have had to reduce the amount of information they put into the release view. Basically, as I understood it, they're only going to give us the releases for the upcoming patch, the next quarterly updates. Because some people still seem to think that what is put into the release view are promises that CIG has made. No one of them seems to be realizing the simple fact that what is being put into the release view is internal goals for CIG to try to accomplish. Everything that we have there can be shifted around, can be moved, can be deleted, can be put back in, can be delayed or anything like that, without we having the right to sort of keep CIG quote unquote accountable for it. And despite having explained this very fact, I mean, not me, but CIG, having explained this very fact numerous times, both in Star Citizen Live, in Inside Star Citizen, and basically in every post and everything they put in. They even had to add the word tentative to the release view in order to emphasize that there might be changes into what is in the release view. And still, people keep complaining about CIG not upholding their end of the bargain, not giving what the backers were promised, which was not promises to start with. I mean, I get so annoyed by this. I'm not a game developer. I have absolutely zero experience in game development, but even I can understand the difference between a promise and a goal. Is that we have the same problems here in Denmark with the political parties. We have a political party that says, well, if we get to power, we will get this and this and this. And when they get elected in, obviously in Denmark here at least, we have what is called a minority, I think the best word is to use minority government, basically meaning that they have to get the endorsement by other parties in order to form a government. They cannot do it by themselves. They don't have majority in the parliament. That's basically that's how most of the governments in Denmark, except a few, has been. We rarely ever have had a what is called a majority government, meaning that the party or parties inside the government has held the majority. Very rarely. So what people here don't seem to grasp is that even though a party goes out and say, well, if we get to power, we will do this and this and this, they are not promises. They are goals. They are goals that that party has. But in order to realize those goals, they either, one, have to have the majority. If they have the majority in the parliament, they can do whatever they want. They can set the tone exactly as they want it. But that has almost never happened, in at least in Danish political history. The other option is that they need to find some people to work together with. Like I said, other parties that will endorse them forming a government. But as soon as you begin to cooperate with someone else, you need to have an agreement on what should be put into the policy. And those people, they don't always agree. I mean, that's a very simple fact, right? They don't always agree about what should be policy and what shouldn't be. So that is why many of the parties that we have had has rarely ever been able to uphold their promises one-to-one, because they had to cooperate with other people about it. I'm not saying that CIG needs to cooperate with other people in order to develop the game. Obviously they need to have developers, but that's, I mean, it's a different situation. But what I'm comparing here is the differences, like I said, between goals and promises. So whatever CIG puts out to us as information should never ever, unless explicitly stated as, be seen as promises. They should always, almost always exclusively be seen as goals. And that is what annoys me a little bit, that people don't seem to be able to really grasp that concept. So, yeah. Like I said, if you can, then please prevent me from going on Spectrum again and reading these kind of posts, because they always make me so sad. The really sad thing about all of this, in my opinion, is that what these guys and girls possibly, or whatever, they don't seem to realize is that the more hate, the more animosity, and the more salt, or whatever you want to call it, they're spewing out towards the developers, because they're not giving. They apparently not giving these people what they want or what they feel that they're entitled to. The less incentive the developers will have to be sharing the information with us. I mean, think about it this way. I can certainly understand that if every time CIG shares information with us about some kind, a certain development aspect of the game, and every time they do that, every time they say anything that could just remotely be considered any kind of promise, it immediately backlashes into their face, because it wasn't promise, it was a goal. They said something that they were striving to achieve, but still was viewed as a goal and treated as a goal, and eventually got yelled at because they saw some of the backers saw it as a goal. then I can certainly understand that CIG is getting more and more reluctant to share direct development information with us. Because, I mean, if they have to put up every time with people complaining about something that they really shouldn't be complaining about, again, they are not goals, they're not promises, they're goals. Stop treating them as promises. Stop acting as if you're entitled. The exact same thing happened with the Ares Inferno and the Ares Iron, or what it was called, the two Ares starfighters, is that CIG felt the need to do something about what they considered being an overpowered ship. It was out of balance from their perspective, so they did a lot of nerfing with the accuracy and the gun, especially on the Iron. And people was complaining about that. Now, I'm not here to say that people, us backers, shouldn't give the developers constructive criticism, constructive suggestions, because I wouldn't say that's why we are here, but in a way it is. I mean, we're sort of the huge alpha testing team, and so if we feel that something is off with the current alpha, then obviously it's a good idea for us to mention it to CIG and say, hey, well, maybe this is not a bad, maybe this is a bad thing, maybe you should change this. I think it's completely okay for backers to say, well, the current balancing pass that you did on, for example, the Ares Iron, we don't feel it is that good. Maybe you should consider doing it like this or this or this, and then they can give some sort of suggestions as what they think CIG should do in order to make the balancing more fair. See, this is a much better route. Let's get going. That would be a good way to get about it, in my opinion. Not so big, so be able to break it relatively easily. But what people did instead, and that annoyed me the heck out of it, is instead of saying, well, we understand the need for balancing this ship because, yeah, maybe it was a little bit overpowered. Obviously, some people didn't think it was overpowered. They think that it was powered just the right way because they failed to realize that what they had their hands on was not an all-round fighter. It was a fighter with a very specific purpose, and that was to engage, for the Iron specifically, to engage with capital-sized ships. It was never meant to be sort of a ordinary run-of-the-mills fighter. So basically it was not meant to be useful against fighters. It doesn't mean that if a fighter sort of was parking in front of it, you shouldn't be able to hit it. But in sort of a normal dogfight between, say, Gladius and an Ares Inferno, an Ares Iron, the Gladius should usually, I would say, come out on top. So I think that CIG would be more than happy to have people, and some people did. Let me put it right there. It was definitely not all of the guys posting around that ship as well that were as salty and entitled as what I'm talking about here. Oh wow. Oh. But they still were there, and they were very vocal about it. So what I was trying to say, and I did say numerous times, is that stop acting like you are entitled. No, I don't want to pick that up. Not yet, at least. Stop acting like you are entitled to CIG doing what you want. There's nothing wrong with asking. There's always never anything wrong with asking. But there's a very huge difference between asking, hey, we think this is a bad idea, could you do this instead? And then acting like you're entitled. We were promised. And then sort of yell about CIG nerfing, destroying, and not giving him what they deserve, and they're entitled to changes, and all of that. Yes. I mean, I can certainly get why many of... Really? Seriously? Oh well, it's not a bad rock anyway, so let's just get out of there. Actually, it's a much better rock. Maybe I should ask CIG that instead. Can we have the rocks sort of place themselves in order? The good rocks jump in front and say, hey, pick me. I'm a good rock. I love that that top rock reacted before the bottom rock exploded. It's like, I know you're going to explode, so I'm just going to move aside a little bit. Yeah. So that's one of the things that I mean, it's so annoying to listen to. Hey, and I said, I know it's not nice to be calling people, call them children, or that they're acting like children, but my honest opinion was that they quite frankly acted like spoiled little children that had hoped for a particular present from the parents, and then when they realized that they didn't get that present, they sort of throw a tantrum and begin to sort of complain, hey, I want that one, instead of 100% Laranite. Thank you so much. And again, I know it's not nice to be calling people that they are acting like children, but that is quite honestly how I felt it was. They were acting entitled. That was my sort of issue here. The main issue I had was that they were, in my opinion, acting like they were entitled for CIG to change stuff. They were not asking. They were not hoping. They were not wishing. They were entitled for CIG to change. And that's what annoyed me. One of the things in Spectrum that I found a little bit funny is that there was a couple of these, let's call them proponents of basically stream sniping and anything else that you could possibly do to cause grievance or whatever you want to call it, destroy other people's stuff, ships, whatever. Just basically... let me check the other one before I pick this up. Oh, that's just a nerd. Alright. I mean, it's Laranite, and I want Laranite. Let's blow this inert thing here up. Move it! Wait, what is this? There's another nerd? Yeah. Alright. Let's blow that up as well. Bye-bye. Let's see, what do we have now? We have one there, which is, what are you? What do you have? What do you have to offer? Diamond, laranite, and a lot of inert. But 25%. Let's see, what does this have to offer? Very little corundum stuff. Let's see, what do you have to offer? Come on. It's actually not too bad. But we don't have that much storing space anyway, so question is, should I go for this one with the 24% laranite? Yeah, let's do that. I mean, it does hold a lot of inert, but I can hope that we'll get a good chunk with laranite. We already only have 4 ACUs of laranite, so that's pretty decent. It just didn't move anywhere. All right, let's blow this one up because it's just inert. Didn't do a dang thing. Let's see what we have here. Hopefully this is a sort of a pretty pure one with laranite and diamond and well, pure and pure. Guess that's a question of a point of view here. Do we have anything else that we can pick up, or are they all what do we have here? Oh, see, that's what me talking about. Let's see what we have here. It's hard to hit. Let's see, 100% inert.
Fracturing mode on. Warning, power critical.
Alright, let's go for this one because as far as I remember, this was the better one. A lot of tungsten. See, this I don't mind at all, that I have to sort of sift a little around between the different rocks and maybe not take the first one, the best one. I don't really mind that. What I like I said, what I really mind is to sort of have to fly around everywhere, sort of finding the perfect rock. Spending a lot of time flying back and forth. That's not the one I want to do. Let's see, 5% inert. What do we have here? 100% tungsten. That's a really good one, except for the fact that it only has tungsten. What do you have? 100% tungsten. What do you have? 100% tungsten. All right, let's see. What do you have? We can make a lot of light bulbs here. Probably also 100% tungsten. So with 2 SCUs available, what do we have here? I will go for this one. What did this have with? Let me see. Get it scanning here. 41% for, yeah, that's nice. And I'm pretty sure there's. All right.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode off.
That's PO. What do we have here? What's that? OM6. I'm not sure whether we can just go direct for. Yeah, we can. So yeah, I mean, I... Oh, how do we come about this? This is a game in open development. That's certain, and that obviously means some things. For the most of it, it means that everyone is obviously, and I'm saying this in the nicest way I possibly can, and the most truest way I possibly can. Everyone is obviously entitled to their own opinion. No doubt about that, and the same goes here. No doubt about that. I have absolutely no intentions of robbing people from their rights to have an opinion and express it. Also on Spectrum. But I still would like to, and I guess it's I think it's maybe a little bit sort of contradictory. On the one hand, I recognize people's right to have an opinion and express it. And on the other hand, I really want people to consider what the heck they're expressing. Better? Huh? Yeah. In the sense that you have a right to express your opinion, but on the other hand, please think about what you're expressing before you do it. I mean, really consider, is this meaningful? And I'm not I'm not saying meaningful in sort of a language. I mean, not that you're saying something that is nonsense in a language wise, but does the opinion that you're trying to express, the thing that you're sort of trying to convey, does that make sense given the context that you're giving it in? For example, like I said here, yes, you certainly have a right to be of that opinion, that you are entitled to have CIG give you what you think that they have promised you, that they have absolutely no right to balance ships the way they see fit, and also that they shouldn't engage whatsoever in rules about griefing or stream sniping, anything like that. They should take an open stance. Well, for one, I would say the one is actually a valid, a really valid, I don't know, 50%, a really valid opinion, because there's no right and wrong here. It's a matter of opinion, basically. But the other is that CIG has proposed a game. This is it, Star Citizen. It has some core values, some core functionality. It has some ideas built in that Chris Roberts has put forth. And then he has asked us, the people, everyone else, hey, would you like to back this game that I'm trying to develop? They have asked us, do you want to back what we are trying to create, what I would like to create? We are not, in a sense, customers with Chris Roberts, where we can go and make, we're certainly not shareholders, where we can go make demands about how this game should be developed, what its core functionality should be, what the gameplay loops and all those kind of things, how the ship should be evolved, and how they should be sort of worked out. We have no say in that whatsoever, and that's one of the things that I would like for people to really, some people, because most people I think get it, some don't, most people, especially on Spectrum, to understand. I have my wife and I, we have sort of saying this that states sort of this, that there's no shaming in asking, because the worst thing that can happen is that you get a no. I mean, that you get denied, right? That if you ask, hey, can I get this and this and this, the worst thing that can happen is that they say no, you cannot. So asking CIG, hey, please, could you do this and this and this to the Ares Inferno, the Ares Iron, that's fair enough. I mean, that's reasonable. And also, like I said, since we're basically paying Alpha, some kind of paying Chris Roberts in order to test this game. We're not. We're paying to get access to it, but it's I think it's a funny notion that we're paying to do a job for him. Where was I going with this? Yes, the backers, the developers, since we are here, basically, to continuously test the alpha stage, whatever stage. Now it's 3.15.1, whatever. Since we are here to do that, obviously, the developers asking us, the backers, the players, what we feel. When they balance a certain ship, they certainly want to know what we feel about it. That's why we provide feedback. We tell them, well, I don't think this sits exactly as it should. Maybe you should try do this and this and this. Or we could say, yes, it's perfect, we like it. It's just leave it there. And other things. But there's a vast difference, in my opinion, from giving feedback, providing constructive feedback, and say, hey, I think you should do this, and then say, hey, you changed it. That's not what we agreed. Change it back. And that's, I mean, that's what that's the entitlement that comes in, right? Where people think that they sort of have entered some kind of agreement with Chris Roberts and CIG on, for example, that the Ares Iron, Iron should be in a certain particular state, and since CIG changed that state, the backers were now entitled to either getting a refund or getting the ship changed back. They're not. And one thing that all of us backers we need to realize is that yes, we can sit here. I can sit here and I can tell CIG, I hate this. And we can tell CIG I can tell CIG exactly how I feel it is to fly the Prospector, how it is to mine with it, and all of those good things, and many of the things I say can maybe be used by CIG as means to optimizing or balancing the Prospector in a better way. But what I have, and all of us backers have to realize, is that yes, we might have that sort of first-hand knowledge on 1 or 2 or maybe 4 particular ships, and some of the real big whales, they may have 20 ships that they have experience with, but they only have experience with that one ship that they have flown. They don't have the experience of 200 backers or 1,000 backers or tens of thousands of backers flying the same ship. And in a sense, CIG has exactly that. They don't have the experience in itself, but what they have that all of us backers lack is that they have data. They have, as far as I know, a huge amount of data that tells them exactly how a certain ship is performing in the hands of certain players. And so while we can come as backers and tell CIG that the Ares Iron is really sitting at a bad spot, we think it's too imprecise, it cannot be used what we were promised it could be used for, and all of those kind of complaints, we have to realize that CIG, the devs and developers at CIG, they have access to huge amount of data that might be contradictory to our personal experiences. It's kind of like the ever-going argument of for example, smoking.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
So one of the things that I've heard a lot of times, a heck of a lot of times, it always pops up when we are talking about smoking. And again, smoking is a little bit of an issue because smoking has two issues. One is that it is sort of fact-driven. The other is that it's also emotional-driven because we are basically telling people to stop doing something that they really like doing. And then when the discussion comes to the danger of smoking and how it affects yourself and how it affects the environment, there's always that funny distinction between what the statistics say and what the individual has experienced themselves. For example, one of the stories that sort of is funny to tell when I taught biology at elementary school and we had this conversation here is that when you talk about smoking and say there's a statistical higher probability of getting a lung cancer or throat cancer or something like that when smoking, when you're not smoking compared to when you're not smoking, and you can get a lot of kinds of different illnesses, lung diseases and all that. There's always one or two people that raises their hands and saying, yeah, but I had an uncle or a dad or something like that, and he smoked his entire life and never got ill from it. No. But that's the thing about statistics. Statistics doesn't say that if you begin to smoke, you will get lung cancer. The statistics say that if you begin to smoke, you have an increased risk of getting lung cancer. That doesn't mean that you cannot smoke and not get lung cancer or any other illnesses sort of related to smoking. Not at all. It just says that you increase the risk, and that's why it's stupid. And it's basically the same thing going on here, albeit a little bit different context. We might be sitting here flying around these ships and say, oh, this is shit. I mean, this ship is shit. They have nerfed the gun, it flies like a brick, it's slow as fuck, change it. Because it's stupid now, I cannot use it for anything. And while that may be your personal experience with that ship, CIG might have data suggesting, first and foremost, that the ship was in general overpowered. It was able to do stuff it was not meant to do. And secondly, they might also have data that suggests contrary to the sort of the individual person's own experience with it, that the new reduction, the new nerfing actually puts the ship exactly where CIG intended it to be. There is again, what the heck? Hey, what are you doing with that gun? You're a medic? You don't look like a medic. So that's some of the things that, I mean, I'm a little sort of annoyed.
Hi, good to have you back.
About all of the stuff going on with when we talk about CIG and trading. Sorry, not trading. Not trading. Not at all. Not trading. But all of these things here, different aspects of the development of the game. Yeah, that does annoy me a little bit.
Cantonment, please report to management as soon as possible. Cantonment to management.
All right, I think that we have time for another trip to Ceylan, because that was actually a pretty good success. And I like mining more on Selin than I do on Ariel or any of the other Hurston moons, because they have such a dense atmosphere. And it means that the light there is very blinding because the entire atmosphere gets lit up, and that in turn makes it somewhat completely impossible, sorry about that, to read out the da 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 da. Jesus, man. The yeah, it's coming to me at one point. I'm pretty sure of it, or maybe not. The hot, for frick's sake, man. I really feel that my brain is mush right now, but I'm actually pretty much enjoying myself. Till I get blown up the first time, then it won't be enjoyable anymore. So let me tell you what I showed you. What I melted my C2 for the hull D. But one of the cool things about this that I noticed is that when you melt your C2, you actually get a C2, and not only that, you also get Caterpillar. So I actually melted my C2, but technically got my C2 back. Also, I upgraded, I didn't think I've said that since I placed it last time. I've upgraded to the 325A, which is the fighter variant. Has somewhat better weapons and better equipment. Because I thought that, I mean, it doesn't really hold less boxes than anything else that I have. And the Argo Cargo, well, I have found absolutely no use for that. The only use I sort of can think of is to put the C2 in orbit over a planet, put the Argo Cargo inside, fly down to the surface and pick up the boxes. This is going to be really cumbersome. Put the boxes into the Argo Cargo, fly back, put the Argo Cargo into the Hercules. And then fly around delivering the boxes in the exact same manner. That's the only use I have found for the Argo Cargo. I know that a lot of people are in love with that little ship, and it is a nice little ship. It's so sweet. Little cute ship. But I still find it very, very useless. When I get, and that's the thing, right? When I get to the what's pad for? When I get to getting the actual hull D and having to fill up these boxes, then maybe the Argo Cargo has been made modular itself, so I can pick up those crates and fly them over to the hull and then stack them individually. But that would also require a tremendous amount of time. So I hope that the CIG will have developed a more clever solution. And the crewing of the hull D is minimum 3 crew members and maximum of 5, even though that CIG has stated several times that every option, every functionality of the ship is available from the captain's seat. So basically you can solo fly it and still shoot and all that. It is just not as effective as having people aboard.
Special Agent Dooley here. Xenothreat just kicked the hell out of the Navy and are pushing forward. I need any volunteers to step up and fight back. Sign up through your contract manager if you're willing and available. Dooley out.
I am available, but I'm unwilling. Put it like that. So let me see, what is the closest one? I'm pretty sure it's Crew L1. Crew L1 is the closest one that we can use to refine. Yeah, let's just. All right. let's get this boat rocking.
Landing gear up.
Oh, that's the issue. Is it inverted? Is that the thing? Let me just try.
Thank you, and please visit again.
I think it's inverted. Alright. That's a little bit better.
Engaged.
And this is one of the new liveries that we have gotten for the all of the mining ships, including the what's it called? The it's 4 ships. The Mole, the Prospector. I think it's also the Argo Cargo, for whatever reason that is. And then the just to sort of completely get into a completely different weight class, the Reclaimer. I think that's the 4 that got the mining packet changes. Let me just see. Blah, blah, blah. Let me see, where is it? Because I can see it in my my hangar. Oh yeah, from melting from melting the mole and then getting the I actually bought the Aurora MR starter pack and then immediately upgraded it to the Prospector. That gave me self land hangar and 3 months insurance, digital download and all that. They still haven't given us, even though they promised it, the concierge digital download pass. So basically we should be able to sell all our starter packages, all of our game packages, and then just solely rely on the package we got from concierge membership, but they apparently they haven't put that in yet. But from melting the mole and then basically getting the Prospector back again, I actually got ta-ta the Squadron 42 add-on. So I now have the package for Squadron 42, which I am looking very much forward playing that game. From what I've heard and what I've seen, it seems to be a really, really good looking ship. Good looking game. Alright, so let me see here. No, it's the rock. Alright. So the Epherite mining pack, which we can look at the textures, I was almost going to say. Skins delivery for that in a little while, because we need to go all the way back to Everest Harbor to do that in the mole. Sorry, in the Prospector, that is. We can look at the Epherite. If it's not the Epherite, I've added right now. I'm pretty sure it's the Dollarvine I have added on, but I don't know. Let's see. I have a little hard time seeing. Let me take a look at it at one point. But we have the Dollarvine mining pack and we have the Epherite mining pack. And in general, I honestly think that this is a much better solution for CIG to do this. So they have put in skin for the rock, the mole, the reclaimer, and the Prospector into one package. Meaning that if you have either of these 4 vessels, which is more likely than you just have one, you can use the skins for those. And that is much more interesting than, for example, one of the earlier packages that I got, which was the let me see, Where was it? I cannot. There was one place I got. Yeah, I got the Avenger Kepler paint and I got the Avenger Copernicus paint. It's nice if you have the Kepler, or if you have the Copernicus. Sorry, if you have the Avenger Titan, but if you don't, it's useless. Completely useless. And again, another example, I got the 100 series here, Mirrors paint and Sandwave paint, because I'm Imperator. So I got both, but I don't have the 100i. If they have given me a package with these two kind of paints here for the 100, the 300, and the 600 or something like that, then I could use it. But in this case here, I cannot use it for anything. And the same goes for the Avenger Titan. So yeah, I am looking very much forward for us to be getting the to be playing Squadron 42. For me, it seems to be a pretty cool game that they're giving us. See, little me sitting inside there and controlling my ship. It just goes to sort of emphasize just how big the prospector really is, and compared to something else, it is really, really small. I gathered that the front part of the hull D, the front part, just the front, when it's folded out. Let me see if I can find an image more to show you that while we are flying in quantum anyway. Here we have another image. Alright, so here we go. Let me see if this is going to blow up in my face, because it's really, really huge. And let's see. It was. I thought so. But basically what I'm talking about, this is the hull. So what you saw before is the hull when this is sort of folded in, so this can sort of, this part here can be sort of be squished together like sort of a telescope part. So it looks like the one I showed you before, where we basically see it from here up to here. So all of this is gone. But when it's folded out, it's a little more than 200 meters long. So this section here alone, this part here that I'm pointing at right now, I'm not sure you can see it. Sorry. The front part here. The front part you can see with the cockpit and all of that. That is longer than the Freelancer Max itself. Oh, that was pretty cool. Did you see that? Look at this. See my hand. That's something also I really love with Star Citizen. Alright, let's go to Celen once again and see what we can scrape up. If we can find something interesting. Oh, that map up there. Please fix that, CIG, because this is just utterly confusing. And this is just annoying. What? Seriously? Seriously? Alright, let me see if I can find something relatively close to the surface that we can go down to. So we are here. So we have, what do we have? The only real thing that we have here, as far as I can see, besides sort of going straight down, is Galette family farms up here somewhere. Or maybe actually down here, yeah, over there. But it's still in sort of inside the light part of the planet. So I just want to be in the sort of the lit part. I don't want to mine in the darkness. Even though it might even be more safe to just mine in darkness, but I don't want to do that. Galette family farms.
Quantum travel complete.
Oh, we already found a rock. So, let's scan it and see what it contains. Reveal your secrets to me, little rock. I don't know why it does that. It's so annoying. Let's see, what do you contain? Please don't be contanium. See, gold, copper, or... well, it wasn't contanium, that's for sure. How much mass does the rock have? If it's really massive, then it's... this.
Caution, front collision.
3.7. Worth it. Let's try to break it up and see if... oh!
Front collision.
That was not what I wanted. Let's see if it's worth it. Alright, let's see what we can get. I don't care about the content as much as long as it's relatively free of inerts. No. Seriously? Let's see. Come on, 80% inert. What the freak is this? What have you? What do you have? Do you have anything better to offer? Yeah, certainly.
Extraction mode on.
Extraction mode on. No inerts. Give it. Oh, there's a... no, don't roll in front of this. probably we're going to have one rock with 100% inert somewhere. What do we have here? 50. Oh, there we have our little bitty. There needs to be another rock. I'm quite confident of that. Maybe it's down below so I cannot. Oh, that's 100% inert.
Fracturing mode on.
Get. Oh, I want to get back. I want to get. I want to get up. I want to get back. Want to gain just enough.
Warning. Power critical. Warning. Power critical.
That it will blow the other things up and send them away. Yeah, right. As if that did any kind of difference. So, what is the best we have here? Gold, tungsten. I mean, see, this is some of the things that I really don't get by CG.
Mining mode off.
That they choose to do is not so much making rare minerals harder to find, but more than we will get a rock with 80% inert and then a little bitty amount of, for example, something like tungsten. Now, in my opinion, tungsten should be very abundant. Still not close enough? What about you? Can I mine you? Can I scan you? No. Alright, let's get a little bit closer and hope that we are not Quantanium. Because then I have to look for something else. Alright, interesting. Let's try this one. There we go.
Mode on.
What do you contain? Yeah, of course you did. Quantanium. Thank you. But no thank you. What's the instability? 7. Bye-bye. And you're Quantanium as well, probably. Yep, but... And a lot of inert. I mean, we... Yeah, you know what? Let me see if I can break it. I mean, you should have a little bit of reduction in instability. Let's see, how much does it give me? 1.83. But why don't I get a...
Extraction mode on. Fracturing mode on.
Thank you. That was what I wanted. What? How much mass? Does it say 8?
Caution. Front collision.
I am not particularly confident that this is going to be happening. No.
Extraction mode on. Fracturing mode on.
Try to find another one. We have one over here. This is exactly why I don't want to mine Quantanium, and I'm... Oh, a lot of rocks. And one over there as well. Yay. Let's check out the lonely... No, let's check out these first. Let's see what they have to offer. What can you give me, little rock? Alright.
Mining mode on.
Please don't tell me this is a bugged one. That all of these are bugged. And you? What do you have to say?
Extraction mode on. Fracturing mode on.
Attention! The Xenothreat incursion into the Stanton
Oh, now you're
system
willing.
has been repelled, thanks to the UEE Navy and Civilian Defense Force. Please still exercise caution while traveling through the system.
Say 70% inert. What about you? Can I scan you now? Yep. So what were you willing to offer? 84% inert. What about you over here? Mass 6 or whatever. Another granite. Let's see, 59% inert. Alright, let's try to go to this one over here.
Mining mode off.
What do you have to offer? Corundum 80. So, yeah, that's a lot of inert, but it's also a lot of non-inert. And some diamond and hephaestonite. That's a pretty neat image. Let me just make sure that it doesn't blow up in my face. In my face? Shadows are getting long here, meaning that the sun is about to set. Alright, let's see if we can what we can break you up into. Anything useful. I mean, something like this is what I would like for the entire rock to do. Sort of fall apart. So that you can more easily inspect the individual parts. That would have been okay. That would have been nice. So tomorrow's stream, I think we're going to do some more Star Citizen. Maybe this time we're going to do some hauling. Alright, let's see if we can 100% inert. Let's use you to spread out the other stuff a little bit. Cool. What else do we have here? 40% Hephaestonite. Actually pretty. Hephaestonite, I think it's called. Hephaestonite. Okay, what do we have here? A little, not good, but not bad. But I'll take it because there's Hephaestonite with it. Let's see, what do we have here? 70% inert. Or 21% Hephaestonite. That's also okay. Maybe we can break apart a little bit better. Better rock. Better. See what do we have here? 12% Hephaestonite.
Fracturing mode on.
Let's see. What are you hiding in here? Yeah, let's break it, because then perhaps I can get the other parts to break off as well. I don't know, maybe I'll get a really good piece of Hephaestonite. Hephaestonite. What do I have here? %90 corundum. That's pure rock. That is certainly worth my attention. And I can just pick up everything because they should be completely pure. But let me get a little bit closer to the ground, a little bit over here. Let's see. Yeah. See, where else do we have one that can be picked up? And what about this one? Is this also pick-upable? Yeah. What about this one here? The only real issue with mining like this is that many of the rocks, and that's really annoying. As you can see, they're sort of lodged in the ground underneath. That's pretty annoying. That can make it pretty hard to 10%. We're about to be full. Okay, what do we have here? Anything worth breaking? Yeah, sure. Very little we have room for, but I'm going to break it anyway. Just because I can.
Extraction mode on.
So we can find a rock with very amount of much hephaestonite. Let's see, what about you down here? Very hephaestonite, much money. What do you have here? Much hephaestonite? Very much hephaestonite. And we're full, like I said. Just break it apart. There we go.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode off.
Let's get out of the atmosphere. And then we're going to go for crew L1. This time around. Now, the only issue I have with this is that I don't like sort of spreading my jobs around different places. But it's not sort of like a tremendous issue. It's just a little annoying. That's all. Hun var oppe i skraldespanden og stjælstykke her. This is one of the funny things about having cats. We have bought quite a bit of toys for the cats, every kind of toy. So to the little stick with the little feathers on or something like that, to something sort of more elaborate, like a little tunnel with sort of a animal hanging down, something like that. And guess what the cats are playing with the most? Either some string or something that we drop on the floor, or the best thing is if I take a piece of paper, also sort of like the little paper cloth that I use to clean my glasses with. If I fold that together, especially so it sort of if I let it be on my desk so it gets sort of really crunchy and solid, then they are going to steal it up of the up of the trash bin, and then and play around with it. So I usually find sort of pieces of paper lying around because the cats are little thieves. Alright, so welcome to Crew L1. I don't know if I'll do another mining run. I cannot remember if we have any rocks here in looks like they sort of the rocks are sort of Just jumping into place. Quantum traveling rocks. Sorry about that. I just had to enforce my laws on the cat and keep it from picking up papers from the trash can. Because even though they are doing it, and it is for the most part a little bit cute, I still don't want them to, because they're going to spread litter all over the apartment. Oh, that's pretty straightforward. Actually, it's literally straightforward. Can I get this? Let me see if I can get... Oh. Sorry. See if I can get this map swapped around. Because I can see it is doing what I really wanted it to do. And like that. It's just doing it in the reverse order. Yeah, little lady, I'm trying to land. That often, usually, involves contact with the ground. In one sense or the other. Alright, let's refuel.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Guess it doesn't take that long. Let's go unload this batch here. Now, yeah, like I said, the only issue I really have with sort of spreading my refinery jobs over several places is that I tend to forget where I actually did the refinery jobs. But I guess that having it just here and then parallel to that won't be a huge issue. It's more if I sort of get several jobs started several places, then tend to get a little confused. And dang it, she's trying again. That little naughty cat. Alright, I'm not sure. I've been streaming for 2.5 now. I don't know if I'll continue. My throat is a little bit sore today. Not sort of in a not sort of in a sort of a cold, I'm feeling cold kind of way. More just slept too little and talked too much kind of feeling. So that's really why I'm considering stopping. But I could perhaps I should just go get my my drink I have in the fridge. I also need to visit the little boy's room. They have a burrito bar, so I'm already a fan of this R&R here. I haven't actually calculated yet how much my little trading run is giving in income. Maybe I should do that the next time I take it out for a spin. It's a very simple route. It takes me a little bit around in the system, not much, but it should generate a reasonable income. That was scary. Alright, let's check how much this run gave us here. 6,200. See, that's certainly something else. What? Empty cargo space, minus 32.
See anything you like?
Say what? What? 64 SUs. How the heck can I have 64 SUs? Let me see what this says.
Hey, back again, I see.
Yeah, I am. Please stop.
Finding everything all right?
Oh, I'm just getting started, you silly. No, see, that's 2,200 and 940. That's reasonable. The other one, I don't know what the heck was happening there. Oh yeah, I need Linux and just going to take it all off except for the inert. You're going to separate that. We're going to get a lot of corundum here. Corundum. Some diamond, some hephaestonite, copper. It's okay. Great quota. 748 and 21 hours. So it's not unreasonable.
Someone from accounts, please contact management. Accounts, contact management. Thank you.
Yeah. AC Hab. Oh, I'm not needing to go to AC Hab, so oh yeah. Why can't I get my stats down there? Well, let's try to drink a Pepsi. See if it still holds it weird. Ow! My hand! Oh. Jesus. Let's see, let's buy a fizzy. See if that's the same thing. No, that's okay. So fizzy is okay, pips, they make my arm twist. Don't drink pips because they make your arm twist out of socket. Let's try a fizzy. I think this is berries or something like that. Oh, that they all fizzy. Yeah, all right. So fizzy something. I'm getting thirsty by looking at him drink. I wonder how of my. Let me just. Sorry, mate, but I actually got a burrito here. I think it's about to get stale, so let me carry that. That's fast. He just eats it with paper and everything. I don't care. Just want to get something to eat, man. One of the things that I'm a little confused about is that... Oh, he just opens it up. All right. I was just a little bit confused as to why the heck would he get it in a piece of paper and then not have it in a piece of paper. All right. Let me see. Do they have any place that you can sit her? Yeah, let's sit next to her. She looks nice. Ow. Ow. Freaking sake, man. Even in a game I cannot address a woman in the right way. Hi, how are you? That was what I was going... Oh, well. That is also something I'm very used to. Bye. Alright, but well, you can sit here and let me just do it like... Yeah, that's crazy. And that's just a... What the... Oh, that was my backpack. Her L2, faithful. Alright, that was where we was before. So my jobs there previously from yesterday, they're about to getting finished. Alright, I will quickly go go to the bathroom, to the lavatory, and then I'll get something to drink to sort of tender to my throat, and then we can continue. If you have any suggestions for what we should do here in the game, except for doing a thread, because I already... Well, you know what? If we get it, let me just see if we still had the priority mission. No, we don't. But if we get the... We can do some bounty hunting. That's not a bad thing. Let me just get my 2 ships here that we can try out for bounty hunting. Usually I would go for Port Olisar, but let's just do it from here. Not a huge issue. So let's see. No. Let me see where that mission is. Let's see. Tracker training penalty based on. Daymar. That's around here. All right, perfect. So let's call these my 2 bounty hunting ships. The Arrow. And the 325A. Alright, so let's go, and it's a little annoying that they removed the seats that you can sit and watch out here. But yeah, let's do a little bit of bounty hunting. I'll just quickly go to the bathroom, and then I'll be back and wait a little bit, something to drink. I don't know what select something, but yeah. Be right back, guys. All right. Not because I forgot to turn on the microphone. I was just chewing on something, and I didn't want you to listen to me chewing away. But I'm going to do it again. So pad 3. And please try to help me remember that. There you see. Even in Star Citizen, I'm chewing. It was just a little piece of chocolate, but don't tell my son. There we have my 325A. I haven't changed any weapons on it, so we do have to restock the front gun there. But these here should be laser cannons, so they don't need to be restocked. Can always fire those. Stay. Alright, that's the scanner right here. I'm really considering whether I should... I mean, the missile thing here is fine. Dementor. It's an interesting name. I'll figure that out later. Let's get this top flying. Oh, wrong button.
Landing gear raised.
And let's go find Beer Ma, whatever his name was. Beer Ma.
Quantum drive activated.
If I'm not mistaken, I did still put the coffee machine in here. And the clock. So I can see right now the time here is 14:44. Must be UTC. Must be, let me see. Server universe time is 16. Yeah, that's server time. All right. And what about the coffee? Yeah, the coffee machine is here. I don't know why they put the controls back here, and I don't know why I don't have a cup. I mean, what the heck am I going to use a coffee machine for if I don't have a cup? Dang it. Give me a cup. I need a cup. CIG, produce a cup. I know what I said before about feeling entitled to certain things, but coffee is a very coffee is a very different and very serious matter. We all have oh wait, I think I actually did have a gun. We can look at that later on. I think I bought one. What are they called? The Hurston guns. That is big enough. I can remember. But yeah, coffee is a very different and very serious matter. Coffee is something that we all are entitled for. So I guess the big question here will be, which one is the better one? The Arrow or the Origin 325A? Let's see. I mean, guns wise, I'm pretty sure that the Arrow will outrank this one here by far. Oh, he's down there. I don't know. I haven't figured out whether that little blue dot has something to do with a couple of rocks. All right. If that little blue dot has something to do with the bounty that I'm about to neutralize, or supposed to neutralize. Let's go to missile mode. So I have Dementor and Arrestor. I can change them there. I didn't even know that. So Arrestor 3 and Dementor 2, or whatever they're called. Another rock. But I'm not here to hunt. I'm not here to hunt rocks. I'm here to hunt bounties, not hound bounties. Jesus. Learn. Oh. Interesting.
Warning, collision 4. Shields under attack.
Oh, he did actually get me.
Contact.
Well, that didn't work.
Warning, collision 4.
Jesus Christ, he's just trying to system maneuver me.
Warning, collision 4. Ballistics depleting rapidly. Hostile eliminated.
Yeah, I know.
Warning, collision 4.
Let's get this slowed down a little bit.
Ballistics requires reload. Shields under attack. Warning, collision 4.
I mean, that's the issue with bounty hunting. Sometimes it's completely impossible to avoid flying into them. Because they are all over the place. But let's see if we managed to actually complete the mission. I mean, I died, but I got them. At least I think I did. When I actually wake up. Oh, wow. Well. Where in the world am I? Why am I here? What the I suppose I should kill myself again. That's a little bit more viable. Oh, let's see if I can find a suitable undersuit. Let's put the RSI on. See if I have another. That is definitely not a Pembroke helmet. Why does it say that this is a helmet? It's not a helmet, it's a pair of legs. Oh well. Go buy another piece of armor. And that's the thing. The armor I had on before, I can buy that here, so that's something at least. Well, I don't know if we should try again. I think so. This time it will only take a little bit longer time to get to Crusader. Crusader.
Hi.
That's
Welcome
hi.
to the store.
Thank you. So undersuits. Let me see if I can find the one I had before. It's black and gray. Venture. Gray white. That was the name.
Nice choice.
Arms. That one. Inquisitor black steel. Except for the let me see, horizon gray. Do we have Odyssey helmet purple? No. We have a Venture helmet in gray. Get that. Let's also get the another one. The
I think you're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I will. It's the Raven. No, I don't want to be purple. Inquisitor legs, black steel. I'm pretty sure that the black steel is the one that goes pretty well with the kitty cat outfit. And my backpack. I have enough backpacks. I don't need that. Alright. Let's try to dress up. Armor. Costume. So because it's a little bit... Let's find core. Let me see. Oh, I did have an extra spare. Let's go for helmet. Wow, I have a couple of helmets. Let's see. Venture helmet. I'm pretty sure that's the one, the gray one. I'm not sure it really fits. But it's reasonable. What about this one? It looks a little bit funny. Let's go to arms. Arms. And find the Venture helm. The Venture Inquisitor. Why the heck do I keep calling it Venture? Legs. And that's it. Let's go claim a suitable ship. And we can... No, let's keep the helmet on, because otherwise it'll drown in all the other helmets. The funny thing here is that I'm very reluctant to use one of the sort of the pledge helmets that I've got. I mean, not the pledge helmets, but the helmets that I got via my subscription. But the fact of the matter is that I have enough helmets that it will last me all the way until we get the next patch. So, burritos. 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 Alright, let me see if I can attach the gun that I actually bought to this ship here. Because yeah, I have to admit that they the bullets there just disappear in a couple of seconds. So I don't know if I should be able to do it now. I don't know. See, what do I have here? Yeah, I can change it. Let me see if it's the right one I have. Bracer, regular beacon, all-star. Weapons. Let's see. Dominator 2. At some point I think I should change it out to a I think it's 331 or something like that it's called. 313, I don't know. What's this called? Alright. That's I cannot configure that. Alright, so this is the 322, but the one that has, yeah. Let's see, the Gatling here. So I have an M6A, I have the attrition 4, I also have rhinos. Where the heck do I have the rhinos from? Where are they attached? Ah, the Drake, yeah, sure. Alright. So what do I want? Do I want attrition or do I want attrition on it? It looks insane. Arrgh. It's a ship that just want to rip you apart. Die. Do I have anything here? I have a gimbal mount. That's it. I don't have any other guns. Can I buy anything interesting here? I don't think so. I'm not even sure I can fly all the way to Preston in this ship here. But the thing is that it's, as far as I remember, it's pretty fast. It's just doesn't have a very high range. It's very, very low range. Let's see. That's an interceptor and this is a light fighter. I mean, I certainly did intercept that bounty. I intercepted him very, very close. Too close. Pad 1. Slow down a little bit. Now, I've said a couple of times, and I still mean what I said. I don't have a really huge interest in in combat. and that includes bounty hunting. But I also have to admit that if you want to earn money, I know I just spent $500 of LTUC on dying, basically. But if you want to earn money relatively fast, a lot of money relatively fast, then bounty hunting, it's definitely the way to go. I mean, the amount of money you can earn in that relatively short amount of time it takes for you to get from one bounty to the next, there's no gameplay loop I know of that is faster than that. See, now it looks a little bit more aggressive. Maybe I should put attritions or something like that on it here as well. But that is a project for a later time. I also need to outfit the arrow, because I like the arrow. It's fast, it's maneuverable, it's pretty cool. It's this one here is definitely also a nice ship. It's just a little bit more a little bit harder to fly. I mean, it's not a super fighter. It's not. That's just the way it is. All right, let's see. The thing is that if I go for missions right now, let's see, bounty hunter. So we have verified here. That's Crusader security bounty. That's MT protection. That's microtech. Oh, they now have bounty hunting as well. So what do they say? Well, there's a little bit more. Let's see, trial contract. What's that? Attention, individual known as Matthias Radcliffe has been causing trouble for good. I think that's Blackjack security. Where the heck is that? Blackjack, is that around is that Hurston? No, that's Hurston. Where's Blackjack? I can't remember. But microtech would to be interesting. I never done that. Right, own transportation to shipping, processing facilities, and being club, neutralize, and flying, use forces and everything. I think that access to vehicles suitable for. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure whether this is a ship thing or. Well, I don't know. I think it's one of the atmosphere thing. That could be interesting to do at one point. But right now we're going to do the one at the Crusader. So let's see. Kelvin. Yeah, see, I cannot fly that far in this ship. Oh, God. I can't even fly to Crusader, so I need to go to Earl 5. What about Crew L5? Can I go to Crew L5? Yeah, barely. I mean, look at that. Oh, this is a little bit crazy. But it's okay. I mean, it's just funny.
Warning, collision starboard.
So now we should...
Raised.
Yeah, that's more like it. The attrition just gets depleted relatively quickly.
Quantum drive activated. Quantum drive deactivated. Quantum drive activated.
This makes me think a little bit about, let me see. We need target status up here, and then I need self status over here. And I want shields here, and I want power over here. The power, go to items. Let me see if I can overclock. No, we cannot overclock anymore. Too bad, but that would be... Yeah, we can overclock the regulars. What's that? Is that the power plant? Oh no. The all-stop or the shield gens? Yeah. I mean, it makes good sense that we cannot overclock the guns anymore, because how would you get them in an overclocked overheated state if you only have 22 shots available? Now, I will admit this. After they have redone the way quantum, and the capacitor gameplay and all of that. After they have redone that, doing bounty hunting missions is not entirely as fast as it was before. It's still a fast way to gain money, definitely, but not super fast. I'm pretty sure Mrs. Dooley is trying to tell me something, but I'm absolutely not sure what it is, because all she said was duh. Ravanda Dooley. Let's see. And now we have the ambush thing, blah blah blah. I should have, let me see my here, I should have some Unified Distribution Management. I don't know what that is. Civilian Defense Force. I'm a first responder. CDF undersuit, and I don't know what we get there. You get CDF torso if you get to veteran. On first responder you get the helmet. Alright. So, but we do have some contacts, we do have, and that's the thing I really like, is this. It's the Civ Defense Force I'm liked. But as you can see, I'm even up in the guild members, so journeyman, license, high risk available. But you need to do them again. I'm all the way up here, but I need to go to, I need to get to guild steward. I don't know if I will get to guild steward in the 325A, but it was worth a try. I mean, I like the arrow a little bit more. I know. This ship here is certainly guzzling up fuel by the hour, man. It's just... I don't know if I can get all the way to Port Ollis. I can get all the way to Port Ollis if I'm Crew L5. Shouldn't be an issue, and then refuel there as well. I mean, it's not super expensive to refuel it. It just feels a little bit insane that I have to do that kind of refueling.
Quantum drive deactivated.
But I have to say, as far as I remember, it's pretty fast, and it's pretty, I mean, it can accelerate pretty fast. I don't even need to have the quantum drive ready, available. Yeah, almost 1200, over 1200, so it's really fast. Look at this. It's not super fast maneuvering around. But it does have a relatively high STM speed. So I guess it's a trade-off. But there's no doubt that the no doubt. There's no doubt that the arrow is, I wouldn't say infinitely, but almost infinitely more maneuverable. Yeah, Glen Station, beautiful Glen. There's a sound.
Landing gear deployed.
Kelvin's last known location.
4. Warning, collision starboard.
Oh, it's la. That's so crazy. La. Landing. Land. I mean, it's like he sort of wanted to say something and then just got caught up in what he actually wanted to say. Like, oh, I'm finished. All right, fair enough. Bye bye.
Warning, collision stern. Landing gear raised.
Let's go to Crusader.
Quantum drive activated.
Go what? It's a weird way of communicating. You what? Come. All right, so here we go again. So I added a little bit, as you can see, a little bit of extra detail to it, and I have to admit, it's really good looking. I mean, with this some metallic paint that I've added to it, it's what that is a very interesting instant. I don't know what is it called. I can't remember the name when it sort of just gets shaded. It's instant shader. We have a couple of missiles, but they're so low range, and I was flying so fast that I didn't even get to use them. I mean, it looks pretty cool. I mean, it looks really fast, really sleek. It's a beautiful ship, but it's not a fighter. It's too big. I mean, I don't know. Kelvin's last known position. Let's see if we can make it all the way to Kelvin. Sure we can. Yeah, 75% fuel already. Nej, men det er ikke nu. Kelvin's last known position. Kelvin, we are coming for you. And you will have to die. I'm very sorry. That's just the way things are. Oh my, this is even slower than the Prospector. So one of the things I've learned recently is that the quantum drives that we have right now in the game, because it's a testing environment, it's actually about, I think it's about 3 or 4 times faster than they really would be or should be.
Quantum drive deactivated.
So what that basically means is that at one point in time, it's going to take just about I don't know, 2, 3, 4 times more time to fly a given distance in the game inside a solar system, star system, than it does now. And even so more, imagine this. The Stanton system that we have right here is actually a relatively small system. So when we get something like Pyro, that is going to be much larger, but not only is it going to be much larger, it is also going to be much more barren. But even the solar system, I mean the real solar system with Earth and all that, it's going to be much larger. So it's going to take much more time flying from one end to the other. You're ready. I cannot really figure out whether I should put attritions or I think, are they called CDFs or something like that? CDFs on it. This is a cool. This looks cool. I mean, all of these rocks, it looks so freaking awesome. I hate flying in the asteroid belt and doing dogfighting, but it looks cool. It really, really, really looks cool. There he is. See, now I have that little blue dot again, and I have absolutely no idea what it does. Let's shift to missiles. Go to do Arrestor 3. And then slow down. Because I need time to lock the missiles on. And he can apparently log on to the missiles way before I can log on to him. So there you go. I cannot ping him yet. But I probably did get a rock there. Slow it down a little bit. Let him. Yeah, it is.
Contact. Warning, collision 4.
Come on, give me something.
Contact.
Am I not in range yet even?
Got something.
I got something for you as well. Yeah, I'm...
Warning, collision 4. Shields under attack.
Here we go.
Warning, collision 4.
You don't like that, do you, huh?
Hostile eliminated.
Nope. Definitely not. So missiles, I mean, what are they worth? So 4,000. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but it's money. Let's see, bounty hunting. So now we should be able to, let me see, tracker, apprehension. That's blackjack, that's Hurston. I should be able to get some, let's go back to Crusader, to PO. And restock and all that. See if I can buy a couple of guns appropriate for instead of the cannons. I mean, the M5As are pretty okay, but as far as I know, the shots are pretty slow. So, they're not really suitable. And then we can also get the arrow here to Port Olisar.
Quantum drive deactivated.
Maybe I should stick around here instead.
Quantum drive activated. Quantum drive deactivated.
Port Olisar was the very first place I started in Star Citizen. It is the very first space station I crashed into in Star Citizen. And it is still one of my favorite places to go to.
Deployed.
Simply because it is so accessible. That's what I like about PO.
Warning, collision 4. Warning, collision port.
Alright?
Engines inactive.
Let's restock. Shouldn't take too much time to get restocked with fuel. Yeah. Like I said, shouldn't take too much time. And one of the things is that even for a game, this here, this is some sight to behold. I mean, it looks so nice. Look at this ship. That is an awesome ship. If you ask me. And I know you didn't, but I asked myself. And I think it's an awesome ship. But I may think that I like the arrow better. Maybe not the stock arrow, I'm not sure. Can I remember whether the stock arrow has ballistics on? Yeah, I know, I'm going to pay for it again. Alright, let's see what they have in here in Dumpers Depot. Could also fly to Grimhex to see what they have there. They have a... What the freak was that? Oh, well. They have, Let's see, what do you have of weapons? Vehicle weapons? Guns. So you have I cannot use that. That's size 6, man. So you have the Riven and Gatling, which I already have and don't need. Alright. Yeah, they are called CFs. CFs, that's the name. But I cannot use the mammoths for anything. Where can I get the, is it size 3? Let's see. Oh, now you must be joking, right? Didn't I store it? Did I just leave it? Yeah, I didn't store it. I just left it standing there. Sorry, Lindstria. Let's see. Why is it? No, okay. Could be read only. Don't have any paints for it yet. Could we get another missile rack? Let's see, so we can get some size 3 missiles. No, let's just leave it. Because I'm not going to use the missiles for anything. Let's see. Is it size 3 or size 2? Well, let's see. Vehicle weapons. So we have... These are size... 3s. What do we have on the arrow? Yeah, we have some Gatlings. So it's the top thing there. S3 gimbal. So we can have... we can put like... something size 3 on it. Yeah. Or we can have 2 size 2s on it. No, that's not the one. Where is it? Oh, we cannot pick that. We cannot remove that anymore. The anvil arrow top turret. So we are forced to having what are these? Size 1 guns sitting up there. But we can put size 3s here, at least. That's something. Ugh. That's a little bit annoying that they have removed that option, because before you could put a size, I think it was a size 2 gun up here or something like that. Or maybe it was a size 3, because I'm pretty sure I had 3 size 3 fixed sitting on the arrow. Man, it is okay. I mean, they're pretty rough. So let's see. Oh, sorry. Do we need to go to where can we go and get the let me see if I can find Hercule. Close. Let's go to Anvil Arrow. Yeah, you cannot remove the top turret anymore. It's locked. But obviously we can put on other guns on it. So let's see. We can put CF's Bulldogs on it. And where can we buy Bulldogs? Center Mass, Area 18, and Cruel 5. Ship weapon shop, Cruel 5. So where can we buy? I mean, one thing would be to go to Hurston and just buy attritions all the way around. Attritions everywhere. Where can we get the CF 33? Center Mass, New Babbage, her L2 or her L4? And where could we get the Bulldog? Crew L5, so it's going to be flying around a little bit in order to get it. But then we can also get this for the because that was size 3, right? This CF, that's size 3, yeah. And size 3 was, if I'm not mistaken, the underbelly guns on this one here was size 3s. So we can put in that's still for the... What the heck? Come on. Seriously? Thank you. Let's see. Those are size 3 and this is size 4, so... I mean, guns-wise, I don't know. But we need to go to... Where was it? Where did I sort of agree with myself on? Well, we could also do something else. Let me see how that is working out. So CS3s. Instead, we're going to put on DR XJ1s. They can be per L2. And if I'm not mistaken, I could get the CS3s at her L2 as well. See, her L2, yeah. All right, let's find her L2. Let's see, where's her L2? Oh yeah, that's that's all the way back where we came from. Dang it. I don't know if we can get the arrow all the way. I think the arrow should be able to fly that distance. Let's see. Let's call out the arrow, and see where it can take us. Oh, still standing, sort of a little bit weird. Let me see. Anvil arrow. Let's try to retrieve it and see if we can fly all the way back to Hell to A02. Where's that? That should be out here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Because then we can stock up on some weapons for all the 3 ships that I have. Oh no, the issue, yeah. That's the real deal with this. I mean, the only problem I have with the new inventory system that CIG has given us is that you're sort of stuck with but I don't want to open. I want to there. It's a, oh, let's see. You're sort of stuck with having to claim your ships back and forth constantly because you cannot move them around. I mean, you cannot move guns or anything like that around. Otherwise, I would have to put the guns on the arrow and fly the arrow to Crew L1. Sorry, to Port Olisar. Then put the weapons on the and then fly the arrow back again. And that's just, I mean, it's just an annoyance. Well, let's see if this can go. No, I don't know if I had anything that can go this far. Oh well. But almost. So let's try Hurl 5. Oh, Jesus.
Landing gear raised.
Thank you.
Please visit again.
Did it say something about quantuming to her L5? I've never heard it say that before. I had something like that. Let's try to listen to it when we're back. Yeah, this is just your Garden Variety Anvil Arrow. I mean, it's a pretty cool ship. It's a small, nimble fighter. Can bring real amounts of pain. I don't like that they have fixed the top turret, but I guess it's also some kind of a balancing pass that they have sort of figured that, and then I can put a big honking a couple of big size 1, actually pretty small, a couple of size 1 distortion guns on it, distortion repeaters. You could also put a sucker punch on it, but that's a cannon, and I'm pretty sure the shots are slow on the cannons, but I might be mistaken. Let's see. Let's go to the. That's the arrow we have here. Let's see. The shots fire rate. Let's see. Ammo speed is 1400 meters per second, so it's pretty fast. Let's look at the sucker punch. Sucker punch. Distortion cannon. The shot speed is 700 meters per second. Yeah. So let's see if there's a distinct difference between the. So there's definitely a difference in speed here. So that's why cannons, they're not really useful for fighters. Let's take a look. The CFF Panther. What's the speed of the shots there? 1400. Let's look at the attritions. That's 1400 as well. So there's no difference there. The only difference is that see, that's a little bit fast, I think. The DPS sustained is 195, 500 burst for the attrition. For the Panther, it's 500, 195. It's almost the same. There's very little difference. The attrition 195, yeah, 500, 195, and the what is Panther? What's this? And the fire rate is also completely the same. So I think they have removed the firing rate on the Panthers a little bit. Not the firing range, the fire rate. The range is the same. Oh, is it? I didn't check that. Let's see. So the range. What's that? Capacitor, ammo burst, sustained. 1400. Ammo range is 1540 for the Panther. And 1540 for the. So the only real difference between the attrition and the Panthers, at least by the numbers, is the price. They're a little bit, I mean, her L2, they're a little bit more expensive. A couple of thousand more, which is, I mean, also kind of money. But in any case, the
Quantum drive is now off.
and this bird here is also fast. But in any case, the what was I going to say? Whoa, little teeny wrong. But the attritions are more expensive. In any case, they are 12,000, and the what are they called? Oh, I forgot it again. That was a pretty hefty braking there. Everything is more expensive than the CFs. So in any case, get this refueled and then get back.
Deployed.
And I'm honestly think I'm going to take one of the bigger ships with the Ponder's drive back so we can go all the way and then just reclaim them back, because this is sort of a stupid back and forth. There we go. I don't think I'm a little unsure whether I can put the arrow inside the Hercules. I don't think so. I think it's too big. Refuel quantum. Guess there's really anything. That's all we need to refuel, and then go back to Hurl 2. There we go. Thank you.
Landing gear. Raised.
So I'm sorry for you having to watch me just fly back and forth and do these kind of things, but I guess it's also a part of playing Star Citizen is doing this.
Overdrive is now on.
And I can to a certain extent understand why many people wouldn't be interested in all of this managing back and forth. I mean, ideally I would just use one ship and then I would be I mean, out of all of these issues I just need to stock one ship and reclaim it and all of that, but because we're trying out 2 ships now, it's a little bit different. I mean, we could also put attritions, all attritions on the other ship, the sorry, I just lost track here, on the 325A, but since the range and the firing range and all of that are completely the same, the only difference between the attritions and the CFs seems to be what you like the most, what you think looks the coolest. I mean, I know that CIG right now, they have reduced all things being relatively equal, and I'm pretty sure they've done that in order to get a more sort of distinct idea on how the capacitor gameplay is really going to work out. And I get that. I mean, it's perfectly fine. I get why they're doing that. But it is a little bit annoying that there's no absolutely no difference between the CFs and the attritions, other than, I mean, basically what do you think looks coolest. Before there was a little bit difference. I cannot remember if the attritions had longer range. Pretty sure they may have done so, but I do know that the firing range of the attritions were slower than the CFs, and interestingly enough, the CFs did more damage, even though the attritions had that advantage. And I guess CIG has completely removed that advantage from the CFs, from the attritions at this point. The attritions had the advantage, which is in law is called cascade technology, laser cascade technology or something like that. Basically meaning that usually it would be so that the hotter the gun would become, some point it would just lock down. So heat would essentially be something that you would want to avoid having on your guns. But the cascade technology works in such a way that it takes advantage of the buildup of heat, and then uses that heat
Quantum drive is
to increase the damage. So it's basically like sort of an built-in overdrive of the gun, you can say. I'm going to be very annoyed if I end up flying directly into a rock just because they haven't been loaded in yet. That's some breaking action for you there. Alright, let's ask for landing permission and let's
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
slow down the speed a little bit. Yeah, sure, but where? Oh, there. Let's see. Over here. Alright.
Landing gear deployed.
Thank you. Oh,
Forward proximity alert. Forward proximity alert.
I didn't even notice that I
Deck
was.
proximity alert.
Alright. Let me see if I got landed the
Landing
right.
complete.
I did.
Have a pleasant stay.
So let's refuel. No, let's just refuel quantum. I mean, I don't know how much I've spent of the hydrogen fuel, but it cannot be much. There we go.
Engines offline.
All right, let's go buy some guns and get the M2 or A2. I don't know which one it should be, A2 or M2. The Hercules Starlifters. That's the only real long-range vessel I have right now. We need to reclaim a lot of ships. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've already spent more money than I've earned right now doing bounty hunting missions, which is a little bit silly. But I have to say that I have to agree that the state of let's see, the A2 or the M2. Let's take the M2 here. For 25 minutes, but we're going to take advantage of that, and we're also going to reclaim this one here. Alright, so we're going to claim a lot of ships. This is so silly. I'm just claiming back and forth. Let's go to the Galleria and buy some guns. And I have to say, this is probably the case where you want to say to CIG just a little bit. This should, by the way, be the one that we're looking for. Yes. You want to say just a little bit to CIG. I mean... Let's see, nose. We can get the spinal mount and we can get the special Hornet S5, very POC. And then we can get all these very POC things, and we can get the Anvil Hornet F-17 nose turret. We cannot get the remove the. You can also get the Rhino repeater here. All right, so it's a little bit. Let's see. How many do we need? We need 4, right? That's 42,000. Oh my god! I already spent more money than I've earned by.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I will. But where is the DX? There it is. Model DX, whatever. I don't know what the heck happened to the 3D model. But it looks a little bit weird. So this should be a size 1. Yeah. Alright, so now we can at least get the... well, we can get it all upgraded, by the way. Let's go. Alright, so... we need to... yeah, we have... So let's get the Origin 325 here. Vehicle weapons. Let's go to the M5As here and let's put in 2 Panthers. There we go. So now we have 2 Panthers and attritions on that top here. Let's open the anvil arrow. So since we don't have any choice, we need to put in these 2 here. I mean, we can put other guns in there, but we don't have any choice to remove the top turret. And here we can remove the gimbals and put in such 2 things here. There we go. Now it's a little bit more hardcore, right? I don't actually know. I don't actually know if I can claim it while it is being claimed or something like that, but I'm pretty sure in any case that we will need to wait for the M2 before we can even get anywhere near the... Let's see, the 325A is 3 minutes and the M2 Hercules is 4 minutes. Yeah. So the 325A will be here before we can claim the other one. So yeah. Oh, we just have to wait a little bit for the ship to be here. Oh, I forgot to get my I was about to say I forgot to get my gun, but that's probably a little bit too much Star Citizen brain going on. I've got to get my phone because I need to see when my wife is coming home. So let's see. I'll be right back with you. Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering every time I turn off and turn on and turn off the microphone, why I'm crouching, it's simply because I have mapped the crouch key started as is control, and interestingly enough, the push to talk button is plus. So every time I, in order to turn off and turn off my microphone in OBS, I've mapped that to Control Alt plus. So you could hear. I don't know if you could hear I turned it off, but I did. So that's the reason why I constantly seem to be crouching for no apparent reason. Let's see. The origin is here, so this should be available as well. Yes. And I love this. This is a pretty neat ship, and it's faster. There's a Pontus drive on, but you need to claim the ships when we go back to Hangar 6. When we get back to PO and get the arrow and all of that there. Let's see. Or was it Hangar 4? Here in Hangar 6. So we're going to make a short pit stop at Hangar 4 for no reason other than my lack of functional memory. Short-term memory. And I have to say, one of the reasons that I don't like doing bounty hunting, and which is also one of the things that CIG should get fixed, in my opinion, pretty quickly, is that when you hunt ships around, obviously they have momentum, they're moving. But what is really frustrating also for me is that when you shoot them, that momentum almost seems to come to a complete halt. Which they shouldn't do in reality, they should continue. And the reason for that is that if you don't avoid flying into them when you're trying to I mean, get this, in order to shoot them you need to point your nose straight at them. But then again, when you have shot them and they explode, which you really don't know when it's going to happen, you can probably have some kind of idea, but you don't know exactly when. You need to fly away from them, because otherwise you will bounce into them. That is something I find insanely frustrating, that they have chosen to do that. All right. One of the things, and I know this is, you probably think it's silly and it's a really small thing, but one of the things I'm really looking forward to with getting I really hope that I didn't put the comma drive in here. I don't think I did. I think I put it into the caterpillar. All right, let's make our way back to Pod Olisar. No, that's a comma. I cannot land on a comma. Let's just go to Crusader, because I don't know where PO is going to be anyway when we start out. All right, let's get permission to take off. So this is the militarized version, and the only real difference between the militarized and the non-militarized, besides some internal stuff, is that forward-looking turret down there. Interestingly enough, neither the M2, C2 or A2 is covered on top. None of the turrets can hit there. And I think I've absolutely no idea why they choose to do that.
Alert. Rear crash close. Alert. Port crash close. Alert. Deck crash close. Landing gear up. Quantum travel engaged.
Thank you. And please visit again.
Sure, I will at some point, especially when I'm coming for my cargo. Money. Yummy money. The good thing about having sort of the A2 and the M2, C2 and the M2 spread around is that I can take either one of them if I need to. I don't need to skip around the entire verse in a slow boat. But I might have to downgrade the engine on one of either the 325 or the Arrow, and I'm thinking about downgrading on the 325 because that's probably going to be my sort of everyday flying around ship. Yeah, but that's something I need to consider, and also need to consider, I mean, earning money again, actually. So, yeah. Let's see how it goes. And it's about 5 o'clock, so, I mean 5 o'clock here, so, I am unfortunately getting to the point where I have to consider ending the stream, even though we have spent most of the stream. We have been doing some mining. But when you think about bounty hunting, we have generally been spending most of the time flying around and upgrading the ships. But I do want to test them out to see how good they actually are. But I think we need to do that. But I hope that we can get some missions from Crusader and not just upgrading to my current status. I mean, I need to do that, but yeah, I know. One of the things that I'm really looking forward to with the hull D is that I hope that the bridge would be something alike to the bridge on the Starfarer. The Starfarer is, as far as I know, the only ship we have in the entire verse right now that has a proper, real captain's seat. Now, in my opinion, they could have given the Crusader, this one here, the Hercules, a real captain's seat. Let me see. I mean, it should have been doable to place one right here, right? Even if you, I mean, even here, but you have this chair here. I get that this might be a little bit of an issue, but then here somewhere, right here they could have placed a captain's chair, and then people would sort of have to scoot over in order to get into the pilot's seat. But once they're in the pilot seat, there would be enough room back there to have a captain sitting. And my opinion is also, let me just try to get out again. Try to see if I can find, I mean, if a captain is sitting here, yeah, that's, I mean, but if he's sitting here, it's an okay overview, right? That would have been pretty neat if we could get that. But unfortunately we couldn't. Alright, so where am I? Oh, I didn't put in anything else. Oh, it's actually pretty close. Usually it's not. But I do have to go to M5 anyway.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
And that is something that I have to admit that I don't say it confuses me, because it really doesn't. It's not sort of a kind of a confusion that I have, but it's more like I'm wondering a little bit about why CIG didn't choose to give some more of the ships proper captain seats. Some of the bigger ships. I mean, basically... I mean, even the Carrack doesn't have a real captain seat, right? The captain... I mean, the Carrack should have a captain seat, in my opinion. A real... I mean, in the Carrack, you might argue that the center seat... But that's the pilot seat, right? If I'm not mistaken. I cannot remember whether you have... No, you have 2 seats next... I cannot remember whether you have 2 seats next to each other in the Carrack, or you have 3 seats. But nevertheless, I would argue that a ship like the Carrack, it should have a captain's seat. It's a big exploring vessel. It has a captain's quarters and all that.
Front crash close.
It should have that. But it doesn't. Oh. Oh. That was a... not so...
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Engines off.
What do you... That's something you call that. That was an alternative landing. Landing on the front main gear and then just... stopping with the nose of this ship. Cloing. Well, why don't we just take this? I love the reduced lighting inside this vessel. This is also one of the physics things that CIG should fix pretty quickly. If you stand on the edge of this lift here, the way it folds out, you should follow it down. You shouldn't just be standing. All right, so let's go reclaim our 2 vessels, our 2 test beds. And let's get going, let's get flying, let's get fighting, let's get destroying. Sorry. I guess I'm a little bit overly excited right now, something like that. Let's reclaim the arrow and store the M2, reclaim the arrow again. And the 325A. So how much time do we need to wait here? About 2 minutes. Alright. Let's wait 2 minutes. By standing on chairs. I think that's an excellent choice. There we go. I wonder if you can do a salute standing on a chair. Oh, you can. Let me see, we should be able to get the chat up and then write salute to. Let's see. Let's try salute 3 then. I wonder how many salutes there are. There's not a salute 3. Alright. I'm a little annoyed that there isn't one. It goes too fast. He needs to hold it, and it looks like it's sort of a scout salute. Look at this. Let me show you. Salute. 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 It looks like it's a scout salute. You just need to use 2 fingers instead of Or 3 fingers instead of the hand. I mean, what the heck? You don't salute like that. In Denmark, you salute the military salute is sort of like the worst way you can sort of crumble your arm together. That's the right way to do it. Sort of the just getting the hand up is more. But he's doing like sort of a throwing the showing the palm of the hand. That's not real. I mean, what kind of salute is that? I've never seen that. Let's see, what else do we have? Angry. I want to see when he's angry. And then he gets. Yeah. Oh, damn it. Let's see. What else do we got? Oh, laugh. Let's laugh. Oh yeah. I like that I have blue palms with this armor. All right, let's see how much time we have left. Oh, it was the Envial. Instant, but still a little bit too much money. All right, before I claim, not claim it, I just claimed it. Before I do bounty hunting, let's see. Yeah, let's do this one here. What? Dex rich? Sounds like something you can eat. Dex rich. C2. So basically the same way, just, I mean, before it was A2, here it's C2, up there. Let's see if I'm anything better, any better with the arrow. Probably not. I mean, that's why I don't do bounty hunting missions. But like I said, they're okay fun sometimes, and they're a really good way of earning money. So here we have it. Let's see. So we have some distortion repeaters on top, and we have the laser repeaters here on the side. So now we should be a little bit better position to fighting. And since we claimed it, we need to start it up. So that's of course a thing. But if I'm not mistaken, the shields should be pretty quickly up. I mean, look at this. Take off. Let's see, where is he?
Landing gear raised.
Thank you, and please. Yeah. Thank you, and please what? Oh, let's just check. Oh, 19 shots. How fast do they drop down? Let's see. Pretty fast. Oh, let's see. Where is he? There. Can I get to him? Yeah, I can. I mean, I know obviously I can get to him, but can I get to him straight? I don't need to do an OM or anything like that. Alright, so now we are Dax's last position. With a big asteroid in the way. Let's get some. So we have Ignite 2 and Mentor 2. I don't know which one of the best. Probably neither. Because we need to be extremely close to getting along. I mean, I know the profile of this ship here should be less than the and the 325A. So maybe not. Maybe we can actually get a lock in before. Even though missiles they tend to be a little bit useless in any case. And I don't know if they fixed the fact that you can get rammed by your own missiles. It's insane. I think I need to do a $10 kilometers. Is that the range? Well, then we certainly are in range. Still can't see him. There he is.
Lock. Forward proximity alert.
That's the thing, you can get hit by your own missile.
Son of a bitch!
I mean, I don't know where my missiles went.
Forward proximity alert.
Oh, they're there.
Target destroyed.
Well, he's gone in any case. So who cares? Who's that? Why is... Why don't I have a pip on this guy here? I have absolutely no idea of figuring out where the heck he is. Because I cannot see him. There he was. There he is.
Forward proximity.
This is almost impossible.
Shields hit. Forward proximity alert.
Are you trying to ram me, good sir? What the heck is that shit? There it is.
Forward proximity alert.
A little bit of desync.
Forward proximity alert.
Where the heck did he? Oh, there he is.
Forward proximity alert.
And of course now my wife decides to call me. I wonder if I can even destroy him. Oh, now he's flipping around.
Forward proximity alert. Target destroyed.
There you go. I actually could. Be right back.
Is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Landing gear deployed. Forward proximity alert.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Engines offline.
Ja. Okay. Håber du ikke købt alt for meget. Ja, ja.